Alright. Chet, what's going on, sir? Good evening, good evening. Just some chill Diablo. Sweaty. It is sweaty indeed. Doing well this evening. Kind of frustrating day with farm work. We're having some equipment issues that can't seem to get fixed. A little more frustrating for my pops, I think, than myself, but I feel his pain. Wish I could help more. Just one of those things. No, it is actually our square baler. Tractors are running good. We are having an issue with one of our bigger tractors, but that's kind of on the back burner, believe it or not. The square baler has really put us in a bind since hay production is like kind of in an absolute halt without that puppy. Virtual farming, there you go. I actually have one of the old farming simulators, maybe like 21 or something. I'm not even sure which one that I bought. And one winter when we had downtime, I was trying to teach my dad how to play that on Xbox. It's kind of a steep learning curve for him, but he actually enjoys it. It's actually, so the part that we're having issues with is not related to the tying or anything. It is what they call a plunger, which is kind of like a metal, for lack of a proper description, like a metal box that is used to compact the hay in the baler as it's doing its thing to create the bales and keep it all nice and tight and square. One of the There's obviously several bearings around that, like on each corner of the square kind of setup that allow it to roll and go back and forth through the machine. And we think one of those bearings is, well, it's very apparent that one of the bearings is bad. The problem is you have to get that plunger out of the machine to service it, and we cannot get the plunger to slide or pull or push out at all. We've tried everything, and it's the way it acts. It's like something metal is just it puts it to a dead stop. I mean, you can have a pry bar there, you can finagle it from the sides, bottom, top. We've crawled under it, over it, in it, the whole nine. I cannot figure it out. It's extremely frustrating. Oh yeah, we're on, how long have we been down? This is day 4. Yeah. You wouldn't think it would be that difficult, but it is impossible to figure out. Like, it's pretty tough, for sure. At this point, we're seriously considering if it's like more worth our time to attempt to find another baler and even buy one to get through the season, and then we could always, have the extra time to work or sell or vice versa, flip, whatever. But it's like cars and houses and everything right now. Equipment that should cost like $10,000 is selling for like 20, 30, 40. And it's, if you can even find it, and it's no bueno. The way it's held in is basically by, it's like, I wish I could show you guys like an image. It's like they're rails almost, like through the baler, and it kind of just rides on those rails. But again, like, we're able to move it so far, and then it's just stopping. Like, it literally is like you're pushing on it and it's moving, no problem, and then it just comes to a stop like you're trying to push it through a cement wall. Like, there's just no way you couldn't force anything. We've considered trying to, as barbaric as it might be, but at least we'd make some sort of progress. We've considered trying to hook like a come along to it to put some leverage on it and really just crank down, and even if it breaks something or shears a bolt off or anything, like, we're gonna have to replace bearings anyway. But the issue is the way those plungers are designed, they're not very square metal. They're almost like kind of rounded, to where trying to hook like a cable or wire or chain of some kind on there is just going to allow it to slip right off. Oh yeah, we have the service manual. We actually were laughing reading that today at lunch, because the service manual's like, make sure this bolt is removed and that bolt, and then just push the plunger out. That's literally like how it's described in like a old school telephone book thick service manual. Like, there's no useful advice. We thought the rails could be a means to do it as well. So we, in the last less than 24 hours, we loosened bolts on the rails to allow like some flex or the ability to pry and move and create room where needed. And it didn't move it a single like millimeter past where we were able to get it to prior. If you look at the rails, they don't look warped or worn enough to be creating a problem. What we think, the suspicion is that one of the bearings that is bad is loose, so we're able to like move it freely if needed, so we know that's not hung up enough to prevent movement. But what our fear is that like a bolt or something on the back side maybe of the where the bearing is sheared off and snapped, but still, like, say the head would still have a nut on it on the other side, and maybe as we're pushing it, that piece is kind of dropping or sagging or something and getting caught on like an inner wall stopping it. But if it is, it's like, how the hell do we get it out, you know? You'd almost have to torch it, and there's no room. I mean, I'm a small guy and I don't think I could crawl inside of it if I wanted to. It's too tight, and you can't really access it from the sides or completely, for better or worse, like boxed in underneath. You can barely get enough room to get behind the plunger, which is a solid face to push on or pull on. I mean, we could put a level on it to try. It at that point, I guess, becomes a question of like, how tight were the manufacturing constraints when it was built, because I'm sure there may be some imperfection in it somewhere. Let's see. While I'm chatting, I'm trying to think what I'm going to do. I don't know if we have anything that small, but we definitely have some that we could fit in there, like on a rail for sure, like a few inches maybe, you know, like a small carpenter style. Got it at Wally World. You can find everything at Walmart. Something worth checking, I guess, at this point, because we've tried a lot, nearly anything we can think of, really. It has definitely been a frustrating affair. It stinks. Gotta love playing mechanic when you're not always a qualified mechanic on pretty unique issues like that. Even though you're arguably probably not as bad as, you know, the people that are, quote, qualified. We will see. We're going to figure something out, whether we have to, like I said, kind of cause some damage or something to get it out, because If not, it's literally a very expensive, large, heavy paperweight. So it does have something to do with cutting it. You know, what it's taking in has already essentially been cut, laid on the ground to an extent, but it does have like a blade on one side kind of bolted to this particular plunger. So that bolt has like 2 or 3 bolts, I think, on the right hand side of the box that as the hay is being fed through, it's kind of slicing it in that manner. But we checked that today. Like, I crawled in there with a flashlight and really like watched, you know, along the side while we had him move it forward and back to see like, were we missing any clearance? Is anything loose that's like catching and bending? And it just looks like there's perfect clearance. Like, you can see light through it. There's nothing poking through. Yeah, that's the frustrating part, is you would think it's something like that, and it just, nothing appears to be in the way. Definitely not very clear, that is for sure. It does have that little blade in there. Something that if we are able to get it out will be maintenance or replaced, just because you have it out, you know. But so far getting it out has been impossible. So when it fails, what happens, out of curiosity? Well, what it did was, our last day able to use it, we were bailing, and it is we bailed a load and worked okay, no problem, and we went to set it up like 2 days later or something to do more. And the way those bailers are designed to prevent like catastrophic failure or risk bigger damage is there's a shear pin in the PTO shaft that spins, that's hooked to the tractor to power the equipment. So when that PTO shaft spins, if something in there, like we said, is maybe caught or broken and it's causing it to not function properly, the baler is designed in a way that if that friction creates something to stop it or, you know, jam it essentially, rather than everything just grind and get all smashed and caught up, it, as the PTO is spinning, the tension that creates stops it just enough to where the PTO will spin, but it knows like, hey, there's too much pressure here. But rather, again, than just jam it all together, this little shear bolt just snaps. And when the shear bolt snaps, the PTO could be spinning, and now it's essentially disconnected from the rest of the drive. So the equipment's just kind of dead in the water, but you salvage damage to, you know, other systems. So then you just, typically what you would do is you go in and like, oh, if there's nothing wrong, take a little wrench, pop that sheared bolt out, grab another bolt, screw it in just kind of a little more than hand tight, and go about your business. But this has proven that something is causing it to trip, so replacing a shear bolt is just a band-aid on an open wound, you know, like something else is causing it to fail, basically. That's what we're trying to deal with. It is just frustrating when you can't quite figure out what it is, you know? Usually you're trying to kind of, you know, not fumble your way through it, but you're able to kind of go step by step and check certain things until you find it. And this is just like, it's like we're blind, like we just cannot tell what it is, which is frustrating. Yeah, we're almost positive it's some type of obstruction for sure. We just cannot figure out what that is. Just cannot figure it out. I think as we're trying to move it and get it removed out of that chamber, it's something with that, maybe that broken bearing or just another piece that maybe is loose or broken that is causing it to fall or move in a certain fashion that's just like we said, like catching and creating the issue. It's just that we can't get a visual on it or figure out where it is. And the reality is trying to, you know, tear the thing down is like just so much. It would be into next year before we'd be able to get it put back together. There's so much. Those things are so intricate. Not to mention over that amount of time, you'd probably kind of forget what everything that goes where. Right? If you could just find like a little obstruction of some kind. We thought that, but when you look in there, it's like, if it is, it's like smaller than a pebble that you just can't see. Everything looks on first glance like it's just, like it should just slide right out, like no issue. But you can, when you hear it push, it's like it's solid, like a wall. Yeah, it's frustrating. Frustrating for sure. Pretty terrible loot that I don't need. It is frustrating, that's for sure.
I forged more than horseshoes and nails. What'd you need?
Good stuff. Ooh, holy lag. Need to shut that crossplay off. Crossplay, for whatever reason in this game, really like loves to create massive lag spikes, so it's not like personal internet connection or anything. It is in-game. Xbox and PlayStation do not play well with PC. Manufacturer have a website with troubleshooting areas, or is that something that they charge for as a service? It's a little bit of both. Ours is manufactured by New Holland, which is obviously like a big, reputable, long-time name brand. The shop manuals are pretty, I know I was kind of roasting it earlier, but they are pretty well designed for most issues. Obviously this one we've kind of struck a miss. And this baler was bought quite a while ago, even though it's still in pretty great shape, and we've used it a lot over the years, so I don't know. The other issue too is like this area, there's not a lot of, I think there's one dealership within like, I don't know, probably easily 20-30 miles. And their service guys, I think, will do that sort of thing if you like set up somebody to come out. The problem is the rate they charge is extremely expensive. It's probably like several $100s an hour. Definitely not cheap. We've had work like that done in the past with tractors and whatnot on bigger projects when things needed replaced, like internally, engine-wise. And that's been a while, so I'm sure it's only more expensive now. Very expensive. Strike damage. It's not bad. Yeah, it's a tough situation with not a lot of good options at this point. Like that's kind of where we're at, is determining like what's the best course here. Like, do we try and get lucky and figure it out, or do we even like go out of our way to get a separate piece of equipment, or do you literally just forget about making hay? I don't know what the answer is. It's tough. I guess ultimately it's his decision, and I'm just here to try to lend a hand where possible. $75 an hour for site visits, so I understand. That was in the early 90s. Yeah. I think when we had, I forget what it was. I remember as a kid, we had one of our bigger tractors needed, something with the engine was completely redone. Like I know they had to take like the cams out and something else. It was pretty, like a good portion of the engine had to come apart for it. And it was in our shop, and they had somebody come out and do it. And I think back then we probably paid, it was probably around the same time, maybe, late 90s into possibly early 2000s, if then. It might have been before that, and I want to say we paid around maybe like $90 an hour or something like that. So I'm sure, yeah, like you said, it's up there. I need to get my little cheat sheet up here, off topic. Yeah, it's definitely, understandably, an expensive service when they know what they're doing and have, usually all the tools and whatnot and parts, but it's definitely a big consideration for expense. Friend of yours is also streaming. Diablo's pretty fun. It's this is my first one that I've played. I never played 1, 2, or 3. So I think like a lot of people that are somewhat new to this one, it had a lot of big, I don't want to say hype, but like attention to it. But I like it. It's different. Warlock of Wi-Fi. That's a good name. Relatable. I'm a big Warlock main in Destiny. And playing Sorcerer on here is kind of like the Warlock of Diablo. I'll have to check it out. There's so many people streaming. It doesn't do me much good, but I just wanted to play something a little different, I guess, tonight. At least for a bit. Looking for damage reduction. On chest piece, we have attack speed, nice. I play this game and a few others that I play multiplayer with pretty much groups of friends, a few of them anyway, that do the same thing. Doing multi as well, I'm not sure what server. I don't know, I don't even know if you can like select servers in this one or how that works, like in the settings. I've kind of messed around in there. It's pretty, there's a decent bit of settings for things. I don't remember seeing anything for like specifics. You can do, I know there's crossplay, which allows, just all consoles, PC, everything. Notifications, chats, yada yada. Yeah. It's a fun game, something a little different every now and again. Can you search for a player? I think there's a way to do that in social, maybe? Yeah, you can add a friend. I guess you have to do it by email address or battle tag, which is like the username through Blizzard, basically, because they force you to use their launcher. You can't do it through Steam, like most of us do for games. And I think if you do it that way, I think the only hiccup is you have to punch in that little, they give you the pound sign with a couple digits with battle.net, their platform or whatever. That's the only thing you have to do. Let's see. Yeah, if he wants to play with somebody, I have no idea. I'm up there in level. I mean, people that are pretty hardcore may be higher than me. A friend on Steam. Yeah, I can always add him on there if he wants people to play with, or even if he's lower level, I'm always more than happy to help people out. That's usually, I'm a little higher than most of my friends given my scheduling, so I'm able to help them a lot since most of them are lower than me. One or two, I think, have hit the cap now at 100, so they, for the most part, carried me through things. Let's see, gloves, attack speed. Attack speed, fireball, we don't need. Chance to slow. Lucky hit on those. Chance to restore primary resource. That's going to be the tough one to find. With the other correct rolls. That's a pretty low level. I probably don't want that. Yeah, it's not much use. Break these puppies down, get some resources anyway.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
What else do we have here? Pants are next. That should be an easy one because most of the time you need ranks of Firewall for this build, and that is pretty uncommon to see in my experience. Let's see. Ooh, +3 ranks of Firewall. Crackling energy damage though, that's kind of trash. Might try to roll those ones though. A lot of ranks of Meteor. Let's break these down and I'll roll that other pair. Might be okay. That guy's got like moose armor on his oars. Oh my gosh. It's a necromancer. That is cool. That helmet is gorgeous. It's creepy as all get out. That is so cool. What does that do? Bone Spear leaves behind echoes as it travels that explode. Whoa. Okay. It's probably a pretty good unique, actually.
Use it well.
Let's go roll this thing and see. People with the moose armor on their horse, that cracks me up. Yeah, crackling energy damage has to go. That was no good. Oh, that's alright. People are always, I mean, I get it, because I play more than most people probably do, so like I said, a majority of my friends are lower level. There's damage reduction. Tell him anytime if he needs somebody to help him with anything and he's around, I'm more than willing. Damage reduction, what did we get? 6.4%, that's 6.1. I don't think it's worth re-rolling. His music is so loud and his friends that I can barely hear it. Hey, I can't laugh. Learning to stream a little bit in the last, we're coming up on the 2nd month now. It's so much to remember. Little things to check. That was one of the first things. I was like, I can't drown everybody's ears out with what I'm listening to. I always like to have little background music though when I play games usually, unless like a game has really important things to hear in the background, but most games have some form of music, right? And a cost reduction. Dexterity. A lot of stuff with dexterity that's kind of useless for me. It's nice to go fast and be maneuverable, but not really what I need with this build. Want to imprint that? Let's see. Every character he has is named Warlock. I usually make it some iteration of my name, like Swanky or Swanky Goose or Swanky Mongoose. I think Blizzard wouldn't let me make it Swanky Mongoose, so I had to do Swanky Goose, which is kind of funny, but doesn't bother me. I could probably find him. The bad part is I don't know, like if I punch his in without that pound sign and the number, I don't know that it'll show up. Yeah, see, I can't even do it without like the pound sign and then whatever 5-digit number he has. But yeah, if he looks me up, he can add me, that's fine. I will add him for sure. We have a small group of us that play on here some evenings, but those guys, like I said, the few of them here you can see are one of my main buddies has already hit the max and the others are around my level. This guy's just a couple ahead of me when he is online. And we have a few others in the clan that haven't, usually they're on either a little later or whatnot. I don't know, somebody just popped on there. Oh, somebody else in the clan, that's why. Let's see, finish off those rings and amulets, and then I'll actually go play. His map says World Tier 1. He could just be leveling a character. World Tier 1's just like you soften up the difficulty, so you can kind of get through it quicker, like you're able to kill mobs pretty fast. I've been playing on 4, which is the highest, only because my character's higher level now and I'm trying to kind of sometimes grind for like specific loot, which isn't really, I feel like it's just you're better off running whatever activities you like to run and can do efficiently. If he's leveling, that's probably why. One of my buddies played on World Tier 1 and 2 for quite a while, and then I had him bump it up to 3 when he got around like 50-ish or so, over 50. And at that point you start to get like some higher stat stuff, which is helpful. What do I need on rings? Crit strike damage and vulnerable damage. Let's see, that's a nice power level. vulnerable damage, but no crit. He looks like a warrior. I wonder if he's playing like a barbarian. Barbarians are pretty beefy, fun character types. Excuse me. I played a barbarian for a little while. I really liked them. They were pretty fun. I just defaulted back to my sorceress though. Crit strike damage. There's vulnerable damage. That's not bad. Lower level though. Trying to see if we're getting a little bit of rain. Doesn't look like it. Just some wind. It does feel nice and it's cooling down though, which is really nice. Fire damage. It's junk. Those are low enough level, I don't really want to keep them.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? What's left, you ask?
He's not streamed in some time, so I would say they're just starting out. Sure. I started pretty late to this, actually. The game came out like the first or second week of June, and I think I didn't play for about almost 2 weeks into the launch. And then I just kind of was bored with most of what I was playing, other than like Uboat and some other small things, so I decided to pick this up and try. Wanted something different. Looking for mana cost reduction, ranks and mastery skills. That's the tough one to get. Core mastery skills cast at above 100 mana gain 51% increased crit strike chance. That sounds kind of nice. Doesn't have any of the rolls I need though. We might try to peel that off there before we trash it. It is indeed Warlock. There are some funny gamer tags in this game, that's for sure. I played one game the other night and we found a random who their gamer tag, whatever you'd like to call it, was Frank Underwood. If you've ever watched House of Cards back before Kevin Spacey's celebrity drama hit the fan. I found that incredibly funny because I used to love that show. It's like, get down, Mr. President. I think we are going to throw this back in the stash, and then we're cleaned up enough I can go do my leveling, which is actually basically just running nightmare dungeons where I can get some pretty good stuff. Let's see which ones we have though. Hopefully I have Mallwood. They have Cold Enchanted though, that's where they can freeze you. That is so brutal. Blood Blister, that one's probably doable. I'm gonna try it. We're gonna try. Going to give it a try. These guys should be about 45, and I think it's, what do they add on, 54? They should be 99-ish level, which is 10, 11 higher than me, roughly. give or take. Ooh, I hate these guys. That got hurt. Get away from that thing before it blows up in my face. Oh my gosh. Took some big damage there. Those crossbow guys are no joke. Holy. Oh, great. That's the knife guy who has poison, apparently. This one might not be as good as I was hoping for me to survive. Sorcerer is such a squishy character. Like, so squishy. Yikes. It's gonna be tough for me. I need to craft some slightly lower tier little keys or sigils they're called for these, so I'm not going insanely difficult stuff. Oh, get out of there. Oh my gosh, that guy with the bow and arrow. Alright, we got the bow and arrow guy. This dude's a little tanky though, which is still of course. There's him. We're leaving the sacred stuff on the ground because we're trying to aim for ancestral. Oh, that's the guy that killed me last time right there. You dirtbag. He is
I'm
like,
not ready yet.
that's gonna be a problem. So, I wanted to call you a bad name because you're gonna kill me. I desperately need my ult back. Ooh. Yeah, he is not fun. That guy's gonna stink in this dungeon. Yeah, we'll talk to you when you get back.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Let's see. Get away from that blister. get to the door, which is right up here. Probably filled with bad guys. Take that. Looks like it may have actually started to rain a bit. You can use it. It's been hot today. Be great to see it cool it off.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's take a look here. We got a little room we can clear in the back. Go ahead and do that. Bad guys. Yeah, maybe some stragglers here. we can watch. Gosh, that hurts. Big guys.
I'm not
Okay.
ready yet.
Big guys. What's that? Oh, that hurts. He's dead. Not terrible. Could have gone worse. Alright, we're alive. That's all that matters. Now we gotta get to wherever in the sigils up in my face.
I'm not
Oh,
ready.
that guy was What we got over here? Oh, pillar. Let's see, let's see. Hurt. Poison damage is real. Right. Pick up my gold. Let's clear this one out. We'll move forward. It's a wand I didn't want. Oh no. sucker pop. Oh, I should have put a buff on for our XP. No secrets for this guy. Oh my gosh.
I'm not ready yet.
Breaching freeze for whatever reason. That hurts. Nasty. Sheesh. Did we even get that big guy? That's one thing where the damage over time is nice no matter what you think. Without having to be right up on those guys, that's very helpful.
I'm not ready yet.
One more skeletal construct, eh?
I'm not ready yet. I need time.
That guy, still got some big boys in there. We get blown to smithereens. I think torch is our last glyph we're gonna need for this build. Let's take a gander. Control and torch. We will go ahead and work torch up toward max radius. And right now, I will take just a moment to go ahead and make sure I picked up and cleared. What? Screw those things. Screw those things. My goodness. I love how it just barely has to try. Like, oh, you were there? You're dead. Look at him just chilling back there, ready to run us over again. And you're dead. Didn't clear this area down here. I think now we're still or something. Jesus. If it is an event, I might not actually do it. I need to pull up that spreadsheet I have for supposedly like what's worth doing and which ones aren't. Those things are.
I need time to prepare that.
Spam abilities over here. Now we're good. Hope you guys are having a good evening this evening. I'm so pumped it's not actually 90 degrees outside again. Good lord. Daggers are like the other sorcerer weapon, like that seems so whack. Just a bit silly.
I'll keep my full charge. Return soon.
2 Paragon points. We're trying to work our way to this glyph. Those are junk. That's junk for sure. I'd love to find another staff even higher, but man, that's literally been 2 of them in all this playtime, almost 90 levels that have been better. We want ranks of Firewall. Nope. Still getting the meteor stuff, but no, want on boots. Why do I always forget boots? I think it's max mana is what I'm looking for, if I'm not mistaken. Mana cost reduction. Cheaper skills. That one's got it, but we've also got ice armor, slow duration reduction, and cold resist. Junk on those. Junk on that.
Use it well.
See what else we have for dungeons. I'd rather do one that doesn't have that cold enchanted thing. That sucks. I don't think I'm gonna keep those. Poison enchanted. That might not be terrible. I think. Let's try to open that spreadsheet here. sure if Wraithwind is one that takes like 19 years to do. No, it's actually considered S tier, so let's go ahead and give that one a go. Let's break this other one down first. Rather do that. I suppose the other thing I should have up too is probably some Helltide alerts. Helltide is active. Down by Kedbar due. 40 minutes though. I could probably open a regular helmet chest. Stick around for the world boss. It's in a couple hours. I should still be streaming. I think we're gonna try to do at least the smaller Helltide chest while it's up. I am perfectly okay with giving myself a chance at that helm. Let's see. We gotta go north of this shindig. I think. Yeah, here we are. And we gotta try to get at least a 75 for a regular old chest. Oh, this butthole. I think there's actually people here doing this. I might be able to get in on a public event. Maybe. Maybe. Get there.
Hello.
That's a mystery chest, but I don't know. I might be able to save all my cinders. I guess when I get down to like 10 minutes, we'll see where we're at. It's a lot. It's like 150 more cinders I gotta get, literally, in 36 minutes. Thank you. Lord guy, you scared the shit out of me. Gotta find more ads. I think I just tripped that alarm. That's no bueno. Ay, ay, ay. something.
Do you want to be more? But emptiness can make you feel unsure. So come with me and soar. I'll make it feel like you've not felt before. I may not always help in every way, but I'll try to be the one who makes things less mundane. I'll try. I'll try. I could be the one to make it come undone. Could you open up to love?
We have dealt with hell's fire before. Mount Firewall did not take us, and neither will this.
Alright. Oh my gosh, I come back to literally the worst song on this playlist. Don't care about bubble tea. Loki, what's up? I need to see if I can party up with you. Maybe. Hello.
Good evening.
What's up?
Just in there, grinding gear. Trying to do better.
Yeah, I popped in the Helltide while there's a half hour left. I'm gonna try to at least go for 1 or 2 regular chests.
I cannot do that here.
We shall see.
This would be awesome if the Diablo god granted me an uber rare that I could actually use.
I would love to go for one of those uber rare helmets.
Harlequin? Yeah.
I don't even remember which one, to be honest. I'm not gonna sweat it that much, but hey, whatever. It's something to hope for.
Harlequin's probably the best one. Andriel's is a little more focused because all it does is poison damage. Harlequin's gives +4 to every stat in your skill tree.
That's the one I was thinking of, yeah.
Yeah. That's the one everybody wants. It's the most powerful helmet in the game. To my knowledge, only 4 have legitimately dropped outside of that glitch that occurred for sorcerers and barbarians when they put it in Helltide chest. Slay all of these.
Let's see. There we go. be having.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, they
Okay, I'll loop around that one. Nah, just burn it out. Fuck it. I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, it's bad. A little better than I anticipated in the server. For me, coming in here while it's in progress, I guess.
You were not a very good respondent party. Now you're dead. There you go, Benny. Jesus Christ, where did you guys come from?
We got up here amulets.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Sheesh. Face ripped off right there.
Oh, that was dirty.
Alright,
I
let's
hate these fucking damn things.
need to find a second where I can
Yeah,
check
they're
all
like
that
they're
shit.
ridiculous.
Do we go for the mystery chest or do we go for the helm chest?
I hate when they overpower the bow guys. Who shot them so much damage. It's insane.
Guy just kind of came through and wrecked face. Iron walking stick, what a name.
Ah, that's it.
I'm not ready yet.
Ah, hoorah. Oh, where'd you guys come?
Still gotta change that setting. Everybody's really uber loud. There we go. Oh, wanna exit? Heck, man. Jewelry, there's protection. Let's at least go see what it is. Might be chest, legs, arms. It's impossible to know.
Would have been cool. We're in
Hey,
hurricane.
somebody's-
Go for it. Oh, this is the boss boss. What the hell? How does this dude always manage to show up right at the chest? It's like he knows.
For a suck.
Potion.
Yeah.
I don't use Berber.
Better.
He's taking like no damage too. Oh my god. Love it. Please give me all the tanky enemies on the one chest. Get away from me,
Oh,
bro.
hands on me. Big cookies.
I'm like being taunted by the AI.
Out of
Tankiness of this and what you would get out of it is just insane. I hate it. Why don't you just stay in here and hang out with all these a-holes so I can like sneak back there and get what I wanted and leave you alone for the rest of ever. God bless. I know as soon as I come up, it's right flipping there. Literally, why does the Helltide boss have to stand literally on top of the chest that I want to open and just won't
Butcher.
leave me alone?
Oh, the butcher shit.
Because
Just want him to leave me the hell alone. That's all I want. Like, just go away.
Stand on the chest, you know, like free roam, like in the middle of a.
Oh my god,
Oh,
I'm
he's
done with this.
Because we're beating the absolute shit out of them.
Screw you. I will go find the other chest. The mystery one is literally...
Good night, butcher. Yeah, I got some sweet pants.
Where are we at here? Kind of toward the northern half of this shindig.
We're gonna see a butcher tonight.
This one is going to be right about there.
There was a time when they scared me.
So when we get closer to that, I'm literally just going to go open that mystery chest, and his helm chest can go screw himself. Also questioning why the horse, like, running feels so bad. Ooh, no.
Screw you, guy.
Lingering.
Got the key. One. Grab the key.
Didn't see it. Must have grabbed it.
Don't care about
Unless
the
I grabbed it while I
ritual.
was spamming bones.
Might have.
Just gonna go for some easy cinders.
Aha! So I did.
Take that out of werewolf.
I need time to prepare
I feel like I'm getting really bad lag in game right now, but the stream is good. Like, the servers are like on fire right now.
I am the one that doesn't want to be a werewolf.
that. I need time to prepare that.
I think there's one player up there. We did not get whatever done we had to get done to make this heroic, but what's going on? junk. Still need more cinders. 15 more.
Do whatever you're gonna do, you son of a bitch.
$166.
Going to be a lot of drops on team for you. I can almost guarantee it.
Where?
Over where I am.
Go back that way.
Just a little bit more. Light weaponry, no thank you. Rather go with the old mystery chest. That's a lot of guys.
But a lot of shit here.
They just kept coming, so I just
Oh, damn. A lot of monies there.
Let's see if we can get to this. At least give some legendaries. Pants. Those, and I guess I'll just keep clearing a few things. 17 minutes left, so we could technically try to grab that helm chest again, although that flipping butt face boss that was just gonna hang out there like indefinitely for us. What is going on? Is the game server like on fire tonight or what? It's completely removed my waypoint, which is great. Uber useful. While you're in town, it's like, no thanks, we can't help you find your way to where you were trying to
I'll
pass
be right
through and
back
go.
and pop it for dirt.
Okie dokie dokey.
Should be right by us right here. Just gotta farm up 75. Just standing in the middle of the street, he's ready to stab somebody.
Oh wait. Thorn. Is he in there? Levi,
What's up?
there's a guy in Kyoshad right now. He's a necromancer, and his name is Let Me Bone You.
It's a good one. Just gotta find.
I guess we're from the aspect of disobedience, but oh no, we're not.
30 some odd more. 13 minutes. Closing in on 60. Rows, I'll take those.
I gotta go. Oh,
76. There we go. Let's go open this puppy back up. And if I see the boss there again, I will scream. Just saying. Yes, sir. The sub, I think, has taken a temporary detour, and they are deeper than mankind has ever gone before. We had a rough start the other night trying to adapt, and we are giving it a little couple day break so I get my head right for the fresh save. Are you kidding me? This is like boss again. One chest I want to open. Crush depth to a whole new level. Yes.
oh.
Give us some legendaries. Or nothing. feels bad. How are you this evening, sir?
Oh,
Good, I hope.
Another day, another traveler.
I say we're gonna go
Actually,
back
that's
to a
good.
dungeon.
Burp.
Poison Enchanted. That sounds like it might not be fun. So we have a Poison Resist. We have 4. We are good to go. Doing well. I am doing well. Doing well. Glad to hear you guys are good. I was telling Jet was here a little bit ago, hanging out for a bit, and we unfortunately are having some technical difficulties on the farm with our square baler. It has been quite the conundrum the past few days. So we're out of commission on that, which is pretty frustrating as we're right smack dab in the middle of hay season and trying to get as much under roof as possible. So yeah, that's been a little frustrating. I'm sure it's crushing my father a little bit more, but I totally feel his pain and wish I could definitely figure it out for him. It's a tough, anybody's best guess sort of thing. Otherwise, we are doing well. I think we're starting to get a little bit of rain this evening, which is nice. We need a little bit. Things are pretty dry. Fat fingered that one. So with the baler itself or the machine engine, it is with the baler itself. I explained it to Jet. So what's going on, or symptoms at this point? It is what they call the plunger, which is kind of a metal square, so to speak, that is used to compress the hay into the bale, basically. It has a bearing that went bad and needs to be replaced. Well, typically what you would do is take a few relatively easy enough. Oh my gosh, I just got decimated by that guy. You would, do a few preliminary steps and be able to pull the plunger out of the machine to do your repairs and maintenance, whatnot. And for whatever reason, our plunger in this baler is not allowing itself to be removed. Like, it's just pull it partially down the track that it's on, and it just slams to like an absolute halt, like just metal on metal, like you can hear it like it's hitting a brick wall. So it's very much like it's snagged on something, but upon inspection, we can't find what it is. It's not the bearing itself, which feels too loose. Can't see like any bolts or anything poking through that would be catching on anything. It's just very, 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 very frustrating and difficult that we cannot figure out what it is. And because it's in such a constricted space, it's not even easy, removing the sheet metal panels and whatnot to access, like a better working position. It's literally in the one spot in the machine that just is like hardly any room to see, any room to maneuver. So it's just like all these little compounded problems making it next to impossible to figure out what it is that's going on, which has really been frustrating. So, unfortunately, I think we're on day 4 right now of trying to figure it out, and it's not getting much progress. If you have or know someone with a fiber optic camera, we do not have one. We've thought of a couple kind of, lack of a better term, like makeshift solutions that, you know, even if it ends up being like a situation where we break something in the process, at least we would be able to, you know, get it out and do the repairs and make progress. What we've considered is removing it as far as we've been able, which is like a small portion of the track, and then putting some type of like like a chain or come along, so to speak, on it, and just kind of cranking on it to get it out. Even if we shear a pin or break something, it's probably going to need replaced anyway at this point. Because yeah, it's just been, it's impossible to figure out what it is. Like, we just can't. Camera's not a bad idea. I think we have maybe one, like an old school, I say old school when it's just something that's been, you know, laying around the shop for a few years maybe. I'll check that tomorrow and see. Maybe just in all of our frustration we've forgotten about it, but I don't know if ours still works. I'll have to check. I know we had one. I don't really know anybody close by, even any of our buff neighbors or anything that would have one. Not that I can think of. Definitely a good consideration though to check if we've got that one in the shop still. It's funny how you get blinded to little simple solutions. Ooh, I might die. I did die. Getting stunned. Yeah, little come along persuasion. I mean, I know some people would be like, oh, why would you break it? It's like, if you can't get it up and going, it's, I told Jed, I said at that point, it's basically a extremely heavy, expensive paperweight. It's not going to do us any good. You have to figure out a way to get the repair done. I agree. We might try it tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can give him a hand again. See what he's interested in trying. Ultimately, his baler, and what I can help with. First time we've ever had pretty much like a real problem with it coming out of time with its tying and whatnot a couple years ago, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. That was relatively, not a simple fix, but easier. I don't like these grizzly bears. These things are little tanky boys. They're slowing me. This guy.
I'm not ready.
Tanky. Oh, no damage to this dude. I really did not want to fail this dungeon, but it's kind of looking like I might.
You're dead, bitch.
I also hate how it spawns me 1,000 miles away. Let's see if I can possibly mute these guys just for a bit. I'm not saying too much anyway, just background
I need
noise.
time to prepare that.
Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna end up doing to try and get it out of there, but it has definitely been difficult. Door stove, bought one off Amazon for $70. Sky Basic brand, 33-foot one is unavailable. I will check that out because for that price, we would definitely get the use out of it. And my gosh, apparently I picked one that's a little too tough for me by myself. That is a great idea. I will check that out. Sky Basic. Let me write that down. Little note here for myself for tomorrow. Sky Basic. That would be more than enough length for us, even the smaller, the 16.5 feet. We really only have a few feet we need to even examine, you know, to be able to see what's going on. So that's a great idea. I appreciate that. I'll take a look tomorrow, see if we have the one laying around. If we don't, then I will definitely see about buying one, because even if it takes a day or two to get here, we can work on a few other things maintenance-wise and get that done, you know, sharpen the blades and whatnot. Oh my gosh, I didn't even... I just got swatted. Plenty of other brands. Just happened to bought this one. Yeah, they have an LED. That would be nice as well. Yeah, the light. I think our old one had a light. I know that, man, that makes me want to go dig that out and see if we have it. Unless maybe we lent it out, or it could be one of those deals. Somebody never brought it back. But either way, that for that price, yeah, that's a great idea. Would be invaluable for most equipment repairs, honestly, the way that stuff is. I got bodied in that dungeon. Leveling has been a little slow.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
So what I'm going to do on here is we are going to craft some sigils for a slightly easier dungeon that won't give me such a beating by myself. Craft sigils. And we want to do, I'm rank 88, they say take your level minus 54s. Would that be 34? These would possibly be slightly lower. Let's see what we got. There's a 34 Witchwater. Let's see. Witchwater's a good one to do. That's not super lengthy. Yeah, the LED idea on the camera would be fantastic, so I appreciate it. That it is a really good idea and one that I will mention tomorrow. And like I said, if we can't seem to come across the one we had, we will probably more than likely buy something. Because like I told you guys, we today trying to crawl under, over, inside, beside, the whole nine. I mean, we cannot see anything. There's nothing visible. And I was explaining earlier, like, the other hiccup with it is the bearing that's bad. You can see it. And at first I thought, well, it's the bad bearing, right? Like it's loose, or where it broke, or the bolt on it broke. It's probably jamming against something as we're pushing. The bearing, there's so much slop, I can literally just reach in and poke it and the bearing would just recess all the way back in, which for getting it out is good. I mean, obviously that's not what you want for performance, but so I don't think it's the bearing. We almost suspect that there's maybe like a bolt or a nut on the back side of where it's mounted that we can't see, that is like it's broken from the bearing but is still somehow attached, and it's maybe sagging or poking up or sideways or whatever, so when the whole plunger's being shoved on to remove, maybe that nut or bolt is, you know, just enough to catch and push it out, and it's impossible to see. I mean, there's no way. We've done everything. on top, underneath, beside, inside, behind, everything. There's just no way to see it. And Jet was asking about the, the manual, like the shop manual, because it's a New Holland. And the shop manual, as useful as they sometimes are, is just for the plunger. It's like basically remove this bolt and remove this bolt, and then go ahead and push on your connecting arm, and you should be able to slide it right out. And it's like, no, this isn't that easy. I wish it was. Let's do, what else do we have here for dungeons? Pull on canals. That's the perfect one we want to run. We'll see what we can figure out with it. Tomorrow's another day, I guess. No reason to get uber frustrated. Enough of that today, that's for sure. There's a chest. Yeah, camera is a great idea. We will definitely be exploring that option for that kind of money. That's what I was telling Jed, is like, even if, we get in a pickle, you can't really, that poor lady just got like turned into a zombie or something. Even if you try to like go out of your way and pick up a new baler, or just something temporary to get you through the season, everything right now is just so insanely priced. Equipment that should be a couple $1,000 or $10,000, I don't keep hitting that menu, is like 10, 20, 40,000. It's insane. It's just way too much. It's not even feasible. Not for what you'll use it for, It'd take you years to return that. Raise my volume? Yeah, we can do that. This game is incredibly loud. It's like constantly does this. Kill these guys and get it raised. Thank you for pointing it out, though. I'll get it straightened out here in 1 sec. Alright. Let's get our sound. Yeah, it's so loud. Good lord. Should be a little better. Let me know if it's better. It's Blizzard with this game, like they must want people to really admire the audio work, because I tell you, like the first time I booted this game up, it was literally deafening. It's so bad, so loud. No problem. Appreciate you pointing that out. All sorts of bad zombies. Watching a video of a guy with a stuck baler plunger. He's hitting the rail with an angle grinder, another fun tool. We have considered, like worst case scenario, if we really cannot get it figured out, because the baler, I was telling Jed, is still in really good shape. Like it's, there's nothing wrong with it aside from this one mechanical failure. Like it's still great integrity. We've considered trying to get somebody or us to just bust out a torch and try to get it in a position where we can literally cut it to get it out and then just replace the plunger, because I mean, like I said, without it, I mean, you just have an expensive paperweight, but if you can get it out, even if you have to buy the plunger, it's probably at this point still much cheaper than a new or replacement baler, right? Farmers are creative bunches, that's for sure. I mean, they get some crazy mechanical issues and have to do some backyard engineering at times, but they usually figure it out. One way or the other. Like the come along tactic's not very clean cut or fun, but sometimes you just have to use some brute force, I guess, right? Travel to the Drenched Nest. That sounds like ooh, weird teleport. Sounds like a dangerous place to be with spiders and weird critters. That's a lot of spiders. The fact with our repair too, right? The fact that it's been a couple days already, it's like even if you order a camera and you have to wait a few days, it's if it helps you figure the problem out as soon as you get it, you know, it's pretty much worth the trade-off of sitting here twiddling our thumbs trying to figure out what to do. That's a simple price worth paying, IMO. Cursed chest, oh no. Yeah, that hurts. Are you guys experiencing much of the flooding in that area? I know, I think it was in the last week, like there was some substantial flooding up in that neck of the woods roughly. Granted, I know it's maybe not your area exactly. There's a lot of bad guys in there. This guy's still alive. An absolute downpour the other night overwhelmed the gutters and some water made it into the house. Oh no. Had tornado warnings too. Jeez. You guys did get hammered then. I saw, like checking the weather down here that they said like New York, I think it was Vermont as well, got like absolutely hammered in areas. That sucks. Water getting in the house is always just absolute like worst case scenario, right? Just causes so many other problems or has the potential to cause them if you get lucky, you know? That sucks. And in that situation, right, there's nothing you can do. Like, it's, you know, your gutters and everything, it's just they can only remove so much so quickly. Coworker measured 3 inches in 30 minutes. Oh my god. I saw on, I think it was the actual, like, Weather Channel app yesterday for us, maybe, within the last 48 hours when I checked it, they were saying that, there's some particular area in Vermont, I think it was registered something insane, like 7 inches in like 3 hours or something. Like it didn't even sound real, like sounded like a made up number. That's insane. That much in 30 minutes or so is absolutely like crazy. Roads washed out, jeez. That's awful. We're kind of in a valley here. Well, actually, I take that back. The farm, like, we're somewhat on a hill above the valley. So, like, we're somewhat fortunate when it comes to flooding anyway, because we're so close area-wise to the river and whatnot, like heading toward Pittsburgh. So we're pretty lucky in terms of like, it's rare for us to even experience any kind of flooding. But the people that live in town, like, it's very common down there to see like houses like literally just standing water like in town, overwhelming the street. That's crazy. I've been in Florida with their heavy, fast rains, and what we had the other night was so much worse. Wow. In the past, I would go out and try to clear the gutters. This was just too much to even consider. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't, go out on a ladder. You end up hurting yourself, right? Like, just trying to. It's crazy. I was telling Jet a little while ago, briefly chatting about the weather, that we were expecting storms as well, kind of somewhat similar to like what ended up hitting you guys, and it just like parted like the Red Sea, like we missed it. It just passed like right by us and we didn't get a drop really. I have family up north that they got hit with some pretty good rain, and rain like all through the night into the early morning. No flooding really, but heavy rains, and we didn't get a drop, like nothing. We actually need a little rain, to be honest. It seems like tonight we're gonna get a little bit. You can kind of smell it in the air, if that makes any sense, but it doesn't seem like it's really hit, and our percentage in the area is only like mid 30s, like 34 or 35%. Knew it was supposed to rain the next day. I was woken up at 3 a.m. to our home security detecting leaks and the monitoring station calling for status. Wow. That's awful. That absolutely sucks. Are you still getting rain now, or has it kind of passed through, or at least hopefully like whittled down a bit? I would assume at this point, hopefully it's like completely stopped, at least giving you a chance to get ahead of it. Let's see, what do we have here? Try to craft some more sigils. These ones are a little too high still, I think, with those freeze modifiers, which are just miserable to play. That was it really. 30 minutes of downpour, and it more or less ended. We did have some more rain the next night. Well, that's good at least that it didn't go like hours. Gosh, it would have been just busting out a rowboat. It took an hour to shot back up to standing water. Jeez. Crazy. Glad it didn't go, like we said, forever though. Don't want the house underwater. That's, ugh. That's a good one to do. We'll rock that. Yeah, that's the only perk that I like about being where we're at. We do suffer from a lot of wind up here, which really sucks and makes me incredibly nervous. I don't know why, just wind really always worries me with so many buildings and the house and everything, but I don't know that I've ever seen it really flood here. We've definitely had some pretty bad storms in the past, but usually more wind damage and the like. People close by, like I said, in town, they get flooded for sure with the river right there. Stuff is really overwhelmed very easily. Yeah, wind is just, we actually had, you guys might have experienced it, I think it was this year early, what was it, like January maybe? And it was probably the most severe wind I've ever seen over like a prolonged period. It was like 2 days of, we literally had gusts upwards of like 70 mile per hour. And it was dead of winter too, so it was so weird because it was like your worry of, you know, tornado was kind of null and void, but it was still such bad wind. It was like we had damage to our barn, we had somehow our hoop house, our greenhouse weathered all of it like so well. Lost a few shingles on the corner of one of the roofs. Just, it was so sketchy, like it was so nerve-wracking to be like sitting here in the freezing cold, you're in the house, you know, it's just wind chill is like so bad, and then you just see it outside just howling. 2020, I finally had some trees trimmed that hung over the house. I've never slept better for sure. We have a couple here that are big and pretty old that need to be removed badly. We've been talking about it this year a lot. Like, we have to prioritize getting those out of here. It makes me nervous. I totally understand. It's good that you guys were able to get them out of there. Yikes. These guys have me boxed in. Literally. I might die. Whoa. Okay, guys, that was aggressive. I need you to chill out. You're really spamming that stone wall thing. Oh, now they have freeze. This guy's a tanky boy. Yeah, we have a few trees here that were planted like way back, long before my time, and there's still, one of the two is still healthy and okay. The other one is definitely on its way out, so it really needs to be prioritized and out of here. And I hear ya. It makes me nervous as well. I hate it. It's a big job too. Perk is we have an outdoor wood burner, so it will be utilized really well. My concern, the ones we removed stopped growing leaves and looks like an accident. Yeah, ours, as you can tell, the one in our, what I call the front yard here, is like, still has its leaves and goes through its color change. It's like a sugar maple, so it's real pretty, but you can tell it's like a little thin, and you just, from looking at it, you know, like, oh yeah, it's not 100% healthy, right? Like, it's kind of getting a little wispy. It needs to, it has to go, for better or worse. Like, it's got to get out of there to keep the house safe. trees are so pretty. It's nice to have the windbreak. It's nice to have the shade, you know, just to enjoy the look. But it's just it's a whole nother level of concern. Yeah. My dad is quite the kind of home farm arborist and really knows his way around trees and tree equipment and whatnot. And we've seen such wild stuff, you know, ones that you cut into on the property somewhere that need to come down, you know, for the same reason. And it's like you remove them and you're thinking, oh yeah, it's gonna fall right down, and then, you know, you make a cut into it at the proper angle and this and that, and then it's like the tree's still just totally fine, like it doesn't want to come down. It's like, really? Like, how's Mother Nature just supporting all that weight like that? It's crazy. That guy was jacking me up, froze me solid. Freeze is not my friend. What's going on? I might need to dip out of there a little bit. That's a little sketch, as the kids say. Gonna need you to light yourself on fire. Oh my gosh. That's one thing that I am not as skilled in with my menial farm knowledge, is dealing with trees. I can handle firewood, and we have a little sawmill that we use, and that's all very doable and learnable, but knowing like how to cut bigger trees and this and that, like safely but effectively, that's a pretty important skill set that I definitely would need a lot of practice. Something I'd like to learn sooner than later. Ooh, they're trying to light us on fire. Party in the corner here, guys. These are like my least favorite enemy types to fight in this game. They just feel really hard to hit for whatever reason. That's an art, watching those people climb up, tie off, cut, and let the pieces fall. Yeah, some great YouTube videos. Yeah, there are a lot of those. He loves to watch those when he has downtime. We'll sit there and watch them, stream them from our phone on the TV or whatever, and just see some of those guys, like the crazy stuff they do, cut down or trim. It's pretty amazing. It is definitely a very, very specific type of skill. And then you unfortunately see those videos, right, of people that are like, you know, busting out the ladder and like leaning it on what they're cutting, and it's just like, are you really doing this right now? Like, do I have to watch this Darwinism? It's like so bad. You almost feel bad for them, like you just don't want to see the person hurt themselves. But at the same time, you can't help but think, like, how did you not think about the consequences here? do we have to do? Animus carriers. That's this guy up here somewhere that is marked conveniently on our map. Oh my gosh. That's gonna kill me. No way I heal through this. Good lord. Oh, that's why he can like freeze me in one hit. Well, that's not fair. We managed to kill him though. That's gonna be rough. We have some family up around Columbus, Ohio area that he's a young gentleman about my age, maybe just a couple years older, mid to late 30s. And he years ago started his own business up there doing like tree trimming in Columbus area. And he's like I don't even know, I never speak to him anymore, just, you know, at a distance and everything. But my gosh, one shot. He is like a multi-million-dollar business up there now. It's crazy. Like he gets contracts for like really big state jobs and city jobs in Columbus, and it's just nuts. Like they do some pretty amazing work up there. It's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive when you think that they're just kind of dealing with trees and not much else. Right? Yeah, those are the kind of skills you learn or you teach yourself, or a combination thereof, and it's just like it's like not much different in reality of what it contributes than being a doctor or a medical professional or a mechanic of some kind. Like, you know, that's a legit skill that is needed, and, you know, is something that most people in life are just not going to be able to do, right? Safely. Pretty crazy. That's not the way we need to go. Yeah, insurance pays, mechanics charge based on what the book says. Doctor, the whole insurance thing is just, oh my god, I don't even want to think about it. I'm so fortunate compared to a lot of people, and, you know, at this age, but man, like some of that stuff is just makes me sick. And like you said, it's so much to do with the insurance companies, right? Like the insurance company, just some of them it's like, oh yeah, and others it's like, hell no, we don't want to pay that. Plumbers and electricians and tree cutters, man, they know what's up and how to make bank. That's true. Plumbers, that's the one gig, right? Like that's just, it's the job not a lot of people want to even think about doing, but man, is it so necessary, and you're never more thankful than having a good plumber. I know that personally. Electricians too, that's one that's really, it's not under the radar, but boy, to have a good one is like so appreciative. Can't really go without a good one, that's for sure. These guys are tanky boys. Lord. You are not wrong though. Tree trimmers are right there in that group. It's a skill that most people will never have. Oh my gosh, we're gonna die again. Most people will never attempt to have that skill. Keep fat fingering my keys tonight. Now we got gotta go all the way back to the tour. Defeat the Chief Marauder. He sounds like an interesting fellow. We got the Viking guy, whoever he is. Ooh. I think we staggered him a bit there. It gave me some in-game lag again. And he's dead. Oh, we have too much stuff. Too much stuff. Watching a video of a guy using a come along to pull the plunger seems to be a common theme of the rail getting warped and prevents the plunger from sliding. We've considered it for sure because it's possible, right? Like over time, heat, wear, metal can not break down necessarily, but definitely warp, or you know, just tension after X amount of years and usage is very doable in my eyes, so it makes sense. Like I said, we loosened some of our rails to attempt that today, and it started to seem like we were going to be able to push it out, and then it literally, it's like hitting a brick wall, like doesn't move. Could be that issue though. Is that a wand? No. That is a wand. You don't want that. We've gotten on a few like forums, and there's like some groups now through various stuff like Facebook and everything where people, you know, it's like just all about balers and etc. And we got on there and, you know, poked around, and some people were suggesting various things, and it's like everything they were suggesting we've tried at this point or looked into, and it just wasn't gonna be the right solution. Yeah, we can move it all the way back for sure, like toward the front of the baler where it would start, like in its stroke as it's baling. It's as we're trying to move back toward what would be the end of the stroke into like removing it out of the rails and off the baler, and it just doesn't go even a little bit. It goes and it slides right up until it hits this particular spot, and it's like concrete wall. It does move just a little bit though on the track, and we've disconnected it from the forward arm that, you know, powers it from the PTO when it is running, and so none of that's hooked up and preventing it. And we've looked into, they call them the hay dogs, the little hooks that come up through the track. We've pushed those down and blocked them so they can't lift up and catch. If you have some paint or dye, cover the area forward and move the plunger until it stops. When you retract it, it should leave the paint untouched up to where it gets stuck. It's a good idea. I think tonight we marked it with chalk. So we did do that tonight. We put a mark all the way around, like with chalk, where we could see, like, you know, has it moved forward, back? Is it stopping? Is it rubbing? Yeah. It's a good idea. We did do that tonight, just before we wrapped it up for the day out of some frustration. Spring Pines, is that a good one to run? It's not. What else do we have? Conclave. Don't want to do that one either. Prison of Chaldeum, I think that's like a really long one. Ship to Ruins. That's a no on that one. Serpent's Lair, I can't remember that. Yeah, that's crap as well. Witchwater, but it's that crazy freeze. We could use the hand on this one, I tell you. It's so rough. Definitely been tough, and we've gone through some pretty challenging repairs over the years. Various stuff with tractors and other equipment, and this one is just, man, it's insane. Honestly, it's crazy. Let's craft a couple of these bad boys. Of course, I have more junk here than I need. Let's break some down. I like the problem solving myself, even though, you know, admittedly my dad does a majority of it himself. He's pretty talented with that stuff, but this one's got him pretty frustrated. It's been tough. Ships of Ruins, that's junk. Witchwater, that'll free up some room for us. Pick these puppies up. Yeah, I think that's a big frustration for him right now, is the fact that it's, you know, every day it's basically costing him money, right? Because your harvest is getting affected by it, the potential for it, which is understandable, right? Shadow Plunge, that's junk. Onyx Hold, I'm pretty sure is junk. Zenith, that one I'm not sure. It's kind of mid-pack, B tier. Let's trash it. Core Dragon, I know, is pretty much crap. Is this Cultist Refuge? That one's alright. We could run that. That's Death Pulse, though. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, I definitely think that's the frustration for him, right? Is like the fact that, you know, every day you could be putting money away by bailing and having product to sell when you're ready, and then you can't bail, and it's like your money is just literally sitting there just getting worse by the day in terms of quality, right? Let's hit up some, what were we doing? Cultist Refuge. Oh yeah, Jet. We're still plugging away, buddy. Filling a manum in on the Baylor issues, unfortunately. We're thinking the come along idea of just tying to it and just ripping it out is probably going to be the way to go. Between frustration and inability to figure it out. Just rip it out, repair what breaks. Blow up in that guy. Ooh, that's a lot of guys. Yeah, the Death Pulse modifier thing here is far better than some of those others where it literally like chases you through the dungeon. It's terrible. Ooh, that one hurt a little bit. guys are only 89 though, a little squishier. The hell's in there that there's spikes on the floor? Nothing. Literally nothing. Feels bad, man. Yeah, I think tomorrow, especially if we have a rainy day, I'm going to try to do whatever I can do to help him figure out some kind of solution for him to move forward. I was telling Amanda that's part of the frustration for the ops is, you know, every day ticks by, you're kind of seeing money that could be put away for later dry up, so that's tough pill to swallow. It's not fun. Those guys leaving the chat party in the background there lagged my game a little bit. Darn it. Why do they make these couple guys look so tanky? It's just not even fun. Cultist key. That sounds like I probably need it for something. Frame is essentially one piece, so you can't pull it out the back. So you will pull it out the back. Like if you're looking at the baler, regardless, like you have your front portion where the pickup unit is, where it would pick up the hay. The chamber where the plunger is kind of offset to that to the left. So it basically moves from like front side of the baler back, which is where you would have to remove it. Like the front part is enclosed, so even if like you wanted to take it out or lift it up and out, which is really the only opening you have, which there's not enough room, but if you wanted to, you couldn't take it out that way. It's got to be pulled like out the back, away from where it would hook to the arm that hooks to the PTO shaft to power it. So it does have to come out the back regardless, like without choice, basically. Where do we have to go? Up and to the right. Like the guy says in the Tom Cruise Valkyrie movie, any problem on Earth can be solved with the use of high explosives. That's very true. Fun story for you guys. When my dad was younger, probably my age, even younger, probably in his late 20s, he worked for a old farmer in the area who's obviously passed away now. And this gentleman would clear pasture on his farm with legit sticks of dynamite that he kept just sitting in his barn, as if that was already not dangerous enough. And this guy would literally pull out sticks of dynamite and be like, oh, there's rocks over there, and then that group of trees, those need to go. There was no chainsaw, there was no fire, there was no equipment, anything to remove stumps, anything like that. It was just bore a little hole in it and stick 1 or 2 pieces of dynamite in there, light it, and walk the hell away. It's like, really? That's the strategy, huh? And just bust out dynamite. Needless to say, I also believe later in life that gentleman was missing a few fingers. I do believe. His name was Lester. I met him before he passed away when I was a kid. He was a tough SOB. His farm is still a farm, actually. Another gentleman not that far from us bought it. They don't really farm too much, though. It's kind of a hobby farm. They keep horses and whatnot, so it's more just for looks, I think, than function. Let's kill this a-hole so I don't get smoked. There we go. What's our question? How does it go? If you have a hammer, every problem is a nail. Yes, that's the saying. when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, basically, something like that, but basically that, yeah. Definitely have heard that one before, for sure. When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Yeah, the fact that he did that with dynamite just, it cracks me up, but also blows my mind. Like, good lord, somebody could have died. Crazy, crazy old timers. Maybe we'll all be like that someday, right? To an extent. Too bad, sounded like a solid American. Rest in peace. He was a good guy. He was a good dude. He shape charge and blow the plunger forward, right? Just get it set in there, get the hell out, let it go, find it, put in the air conditioning in the back of the barn. He also, I know over the years, because a lot of guys like that, as they get very old and shouldn't be sometimes operating machinery that they are operating, there were times where his vision had gotten so bad that he would be baling hay or running a hay bind to cut hay, and he would end up like wildlife would get run through the hay bind because he couldn't see it and didn't know what he was doing, and it's like, oh my gosh, dude, like what a disaster. And then he would get so upset, like he would, you know, my dad worked for him and he'd be like, you gotta fix that, like why the hell did that happen? And it's like, you didn't see it, man, like what were you doing? Poor deer and turkeys, like they didn't know. They're just innocent collateral damage in this. That freed it up, yeah. It's crazy. Get out of there. The hell is that guy, like some kind of elite? I'm not letting him out of there. This guy hurts. Ooh. Farmers are an interesting bunch, for better and worse, that's for sure. Come from all walks. I remember as a kid, when he was still alive, Lester had a beautiful home. Like I said, it's still there to this day. They've just kind of updated some things, obviously, over the years, the new family. And I remember going in there, my dad would talk shop with him, you know, when he started doing his own farming on our land now. And they would be chatting, and Lester was old, pretty much retired at that time. He just didn't get around well and whatnot. And we were sitting in his house, and I was a kid. I was probably 7, 8, maybe 9 years old, if that. And Lester, in the middle of summer, would be like, oh, it's chilly, we need to have the furnace on. And he would literally have a coal furnace burning, and his home would be like 87 degrees inside. And I would sit there with my dad, and you don't realize it right away. You're a kid, windows are open, whatever. And I'm like sitting in his living room at a coffee table, and it was like making me pass out. It was so hot in that house. I was like, what the hell is this guy on? Like, what is he doing? But just at that age, you're so old, you're chilly, I guess, or feel, you know, your health's not doing well, whatever. It's crazy. So I reckon it's not possible to grease the rails and or the bearings while it's assembled. We were kind of talking about that, Jet, before you got back. I think that it's not the gonna be the ability to. I don't know that greasing is really gonna do anything at this point, but Manim had a good suggestion of using maybe like a small camera, like a fiber camera or something, fiber optic camera that you can buy to like see behind kind of the side of the plunger because it's relatively solid. So we're thinking we might try that. I was telling Amanum that we might actually have an old camera like that in the shop. That's a great idea. I hadn't considered, just, you know, in frustration. And if not, you know, buying one for anywhere from 40, 50, 60, 70 bucks is probably well worth the, you know, the frustration and loss of time and production that we're already suffering. I was telling Amanum that the way it's so solid hitting where it's hitting, I don't think there's no way that grease will do anything. I mean, if you feel how hard it's hitting when it stops, it's something solid has it, you know, caught. As much as grease, you know, would be beneficial in most situations like that, I don't think it's going to do nearly enough. It was a big dungeon. Old age circulation issues affects most people. Thyroid issues. Grandmother was not happy unless it was 80. Ugh. I mean, you know, hopefully I'll live to see that age someday, but man, can you imagine like that hot? It's already toasty like that outside and it drives me crazy. Love for it to feel chillier, that's for sure. That's the worst to me, is when the sleep is, you try to get some sleep and it's just feels like an oven. Ugh, it's nothing worse. Must be why so many people flock to Florida to retire, right? They're just like, I'm too cold, I don't have to have blankets on when I'm there. It's like, no thank you, I will pass. Florida's like, if it was me, I would go out west. Like I've been to Arizona. I do Arizona, Texas, even like Oklahoma or something, Utah. Utah's not, they have all seasons really, I know, certain areas anyway. Like Arizona would be great. Humidity's, ugh. It is. Humidity just makes you, it's like trying to sleep in the jungle. It's just, it's like, just please off me. Don't want to deal with this. What do we got here? Lost Archives. Is that one we want to do? Yeah, that's a pretty good one if the modifiers are solid. Yeah, humidity for me that's even worse for sure. I agree with you 100%. Similar issue with rails once, and it turned out to be a burr on the inside of the rail. We thought about that, Jet. That's why I like the idea of the camera, maybe, because if it is something like that, or like some, you know, maybe I think Amanum had pointed out like maybe something had worn or warped like part of the rail or something, or corrosion. It could be even, you know, it would probably be a, you know, doable issue to overcome, but you got to find it, and that's our problem right now, is like just trying to lock down where the issue is. We can't see it. I agree though, if it is that, I would think we'd be pretty relieved knowing we could fix it. It almost has to be something like that, like a burr or a bolt head or something that broke and is like catching the rail or something. Like it almost has to be the way it feels. There's no way that it's like just angle grind everything, just cut it all off. We might get there. Like I said, we're not above considering torch the plunger and just pull it out in pieces if we have to, right? It's expensive, but at that point your plunger might be damaged anyway, you know, right? Like you pretty much would have to replace it or consider it. Came off laying in the path. It could be, Jet. It sounds sometimes like you would think it's something like that laying there somewhere. But what confuses me and blows my mind is, like, say it is like a nut or a part of a bolt or the bearing or something. How is it not visible, number one? And number two, like, when you push it back, it's not loose enough to, like, roll around or even out. So it's like, what are the odds that it's been in there this whole time through the struggle over a few days and we can't see it or find it? Like, you would think, unless it just somehow hasn't broken clean, like, completely off. Which I guess is possible. I think that's going to be the key, though, is just getting eyes on it for sure. Reminds me of a printer. The only way to fix was a total teardown. We talked about that today, and my dad just does not think that is the ticket because he seems to think it's going to take like just the year to like disassemble and reassemble it, which there is a lot to those balers mechanically. The worst part, I think I mentioned earlier, would be when you tear it all down. It's like you might forget, even with the manual, like, where the hell's this go? Where the hell's that? Like, you can only remember so much so long. Plus, you lose the whole season anyway, you know? That's where the other consideration is right now. Extra pieces is normal. Throw those out, it's fine. Didn't need them anyway. Bale's fine. Ooh, I got stunned, I think. Ooh. Roughed up. So not sectional, that's rough. Yeah, it's very, the way those are built, I wish I could show you guys. It's a lot of tin work around it, which is like, that part's doable to take off, but because it's like so isolated in that chamber, if you go that far to disassemble the chamber, you're seriously looking at like months worth of work to like tear down, let alone put it back together once you find the issue and get it fixed. So you're talking several $1,000s, and again, at that point, it's like, is it worth your time, you know, like the time that you're down and everything? It just becomes a question of math and like what's worth what you're losing here. That's where it's tough. It is in a very inconvenient spot to deal with it. Time to crash again. Pleasure as always. Good luck with the plunger. Night all. Thanks for hanging out. Good night. Appreciate the tips. I will look into the camera. Said probably just a piece of debris in a bad spot. Yeah, it almost feels like it has to be like we said, a bolt or part of that bearing that's shot, and just somehow it's like in a position where it's able to catch and cause all this frustration and difficulty. So I think if we can get eyes on it, I'm pretty confident we'll be able to fix it. It's just getting eyes on it is where we're struggling right now. I like the camera idea though. For anywhere between like 40 and 70 bucks, that's pretty reasonable to get it figured out, you know? I think. Saves you a lot of time and just anxiety over it. Ooh, that's a lot of guys. For sure. I think we're gonna make it to rank 89 tonight, but I don't think there's any way I'm gonna hit 90. I'm moving slow tonight. It's a lot of playing. So not something you can shake loose rather than back and forth. We've tried that a few times for sure, Jet, thinking that maybe we'd get lucky or at least get something to move and maybe help us figure out where and what it was, and it did nothing, man. Like it goes all the way back, like toward the front of the baler nice and freely, and then when it comes to like trying to you know, push it back to get it in the direction of removing it, it's like concrete wall, man, just stops completely. So demoralizing. Ooh, hurt. I was really hoping myself that we would have that, like where we could kind of move it around a few times back and forth and maybe get something out of there, or see it, and so far it has not been the case, that's for sure. Where in the hell is this other box we need? I feel like I've been running around in here for 10 minutes. Yes, thank you, sir. We're gonna try. Figure it out tomorrow. We are gonna try. Wandering Soul, is that one of the ones I want to do? Let's see. Catch you later, Jet. Appreciate you. Have a good evening. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Junk. I think we have to go this way, I believe. making some progress, I guess. Take that for tonight. Boy, that guy didn't want to die. Now, where in the hell? It's got to be all the way up there and straight ahead. Go this way. Tell if we gotta go right or that other way. So we're gonna kind of run through here and see. Looks like it's definitely somewhere up above. Box, but I'd like to kill these dirtbags so they don't chase us down and spawn just piles of. Oh my gosh, that's gonna get sketchy. No, you are not rizzing all your buddies. Back to the center. Oh boy. This is one of those dungeons where the boss fight is the easiest part. Running around finding all the crap is the worst. Oh. Okay. Those creepy eyes. That. Not having good luck tonight on the old unique pipeline, that's for sure. I appreciate anybody and everybody that hung out tonight. It's good to see a few people drop in. Spring Pines. I don't remember if that's one we want to do. That's a B tier. Let's trash that. Champion's Demise. It's high B tier. I'm not going to keep it. Shadowed Plunge. That's no good. Earth and Wound, I think, is one to keep. Yeah. Oops. Cultist Refuge is good. Morgan's Works. That one I don't recall. It's low B tier. Let's trash it. Sunken Ruins is good. Lost Archives we just did. Morgan's Works. That was, what did I say? Yeah, that's low B tier. Let's trash it. Blind Burrows. That's a good one. Wraithwind Wilds, that's good. And Cultist Refuge is good. Okay. So we got 5 there I can trash and move on with. Let's go ahead and pretty much recycle those puppies. Salvage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No stays. Another Paragon Point, that's always good. We got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'll be on our 7th point. We'll be into that cliff. It's good. That gives us time to level that thing up. What's our lowest one? 45? Oh. See if I can join up with Coop here and help him out a bit. No, maybe he's gonna. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say he might be right in the middle of something where he didn't want us to. Hello, sir. Testing, testing.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
I'm literally just kind of doing renowned stuff tonight.
No worries, I'm just hanging out.
Where haven't I been? There's something somewhere.
I can't tell yet from where I haven't been. I'll walk around and look.
Ah, there it is.
There's a lag. I did not realize we were in World Tier 1. Stuff is little baby enemies. this song. Hate it. House or die. It is definitely not house, I'm sorry.
I need time to prepare.
Where in the hell is what we have to find? It's because it's all the way over there and we missed it.
I'm not ready yet.
Come on, I just want to dash. Let's look at our gear. Anything worth keeping from our other dungeons? We didn't pick anything up there because we're all tier 1. This stuff's pretty much junk. Don't need focus. Staff. It's got crit strike damage, but no vulnerable. It's no good. Wands are kind of useless. Fireball. So many of them have fireball plus to it, and that is just ugh. That's not terrible if I replace the frozen orb. Excuse me. Fire damage over time, no. Willpower, no. Cost reduction is good, but all that other shadow resistance, willpower, no thank you. That stuff is junk. No good. We're gonna try to re-roll these gauntlets just for shits and gigs.
I need time to
Could be something useful, might more than likely probably be junk, but whatever. What else is the point, right? Gonna take off. Oh, that's crit strike chance. That's not even worth. Trash those. I thought that must have been crit strike damage or like lucky hit chance without the mana restoration thing. That is no bueno. Doesn't do me much good. think tomorrow we'll probably play some.
What have you been
Uboat.
up to today?
Not much, man. Just working some around home and decided to play a little tonight and just kind of chill. How about you?
Had a busy work day, and then we had puppy classes earlier, so that's why I didn't get on till later.
How's that going?
Oh, fine.
That's
My dog
good.
doesn't really need the puppy class. We just signed her up so she gets socialized.
Yeah, it's good.
Our dog is actually extremely advanced compared to all the other puppies in there just because of how we treat them.
Oh,
You
I'm
know,
sure.
six dogs in, you figure something out.
Right, yeah, I think you guys know what you're doing.
There's literally just something to sign up to force us to take her out in the public.
Yeah, that's good for him, though. They gotta know how to act with others. Could probably burn through a decent bits of gems here. There's like no reason, as far as I can tell, to keep lower quality gems. Might as well just max those puppies out. It's a decent bit of moolah, but most people at this level are gonna have it, I'm sure. Song is a jam.
Fuck. Goat man. That's all I'm gonna say.
I wonder if we can find anything interesting for our little sorceress here. Not really, probably. I feel like most of these cosmetics I'm not the biggest fan. Like, kind of cool, kind of not. Definitely don't like how it colors. It just looks cliche, demonic, as does that. That's just weird. Don't know that I like that. Satin sheet in front of my face. Yeah, I definitely think I kind of like my regular old simple band. Chess piece is very much like the unique looks cool. Everything else looks a little almost like over the top. That one's kind of cool. Very regal.
Turn you up, down.
That's different. I don't know that I had that one before. What is that supposed to be? Like a hawk? That's cool, but it's way too much like Ice Shard-esque when you're not an Ice Shard based build. I feel like it's kind of goofy. I kind of like that. Doesn't really go with these pants though. It's like a bit different. Might wear it. Gloves are a tough one too. Don't like that. What is this music we got on this playlist? Trinity? No thanks. these little proof balls. Warlord. Don't like most of those. Kind of like the ones we had on. I think I'm going to keep those. Con. I don't like that leather or whatever around the waist. Kind of goofy. Those are boring. They're like tattered rags. A little cleaner, but it would look better if it wasn't like burnt off at the edges again. Don't really like those. That's supposed to like go with our chest, I think. It's okay. I actually don't hate that. Looks okay. The frost one is just like too pigeonholed. That's kind of okay. See though, it's like two different reds though.
Ooh. I actually got killed.
What you running?
I'm running my sorcerer. I was just in the middle of a field of enemies and just things kept coming until they made me go through all my cooldowns, and then I couldn't get out of the gangbang that I was in. More or less, I was asleep at the wheel. Going to the bear tribe. Trying to do side quests.
No idea why I'm just chilling in Volunteer 1 right now. It's like literally pointless. guys like summer at all, or is it like you'd rather do without the heat, like fall or winter or even spring? I'm just gonna do a nightmare dungeon or two, Jake.
Sure. Let me deal with these enemies so I can get out of here, and then we can bump it up to whatever world tier you want.
I'm just gonna do like nightmare dungeon, but I'm not gonna do like anything crazy. Like you'll still be able to do okay. I'm just gonna craft like the not lowest tier, but like lower tier, so we don't spend like 50 minutes. I don't think it's worth the trade-off. Like there's no dramatic increase in loot drops, and it's more just if you really want to the challenge, which it's like after a while nobody wants to make it harder for no reason really. I'm gonna do some lower ones. Let's craft like 5 of these bad boys and see what we get. We got Wraithwind Wilds. I think that's a good one. It is. We got Shilta Ruins, which I think is junk. Yeah. Wraithwind again. Zenith. That's kind of mid-pack. It's junk. Grabbing one here in 2 seconds. That works. Those are all junk. So we got... What did I say? Wraithwind. Okay, let's throw out Abandoned Mineworks. Zenith was junk. Wraithwind was good. Shilta, I think, is junk. So we got 2 Wraithwind. Let me see what the modifier is. It shouldn't be anything insane. There's a rare chance. They're both the same dungeon. Lightning Storm, that is the one I don't want. So it looks like we're doing killing a monster in rages more near it, making them deal more damage. It should not be that bad at all. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, you may still get killed in this one just because of level differences, but you might not get really like one shot. Just depends. I don't know. I didn't even look. What level are you right now?
Level 58.
You might do pretty well. Around 60-ish, I think it starts to be pretty manageable.
Where's this dungeon at? There it is.
I just TP'd inside. If you come to me, it's still safe. This one should be Wildlife. Let's pop some attack speed.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens.
I'm not ready yet.
They're still level 88, so be careful if you don't have defensive abilities.
I got them up, but I got a couple ways to make myself a little bit of barrier. Oh! But they got me in the split second short between activating things.
I need time.
You look like you're in trouble.
I'm not ready yet.
This big hairy thing. saved his butt right
Oh,
there.
I tried to teleport out. Oh, you got a bunch of stuff that's spawned behind you.
I need time to prepare.
It's a lot of bad guys.
Don't know what killed me.
Ah, the spikes.
Ah. I could not see the spikes among all the AoEs.
Yeah, the fire and the shadows were making it pretty tough to see.
Oh, I teleported right into that attack.
It's gonna get sketchy. It's gonna get sketchy. Jake's a pretty smart player, Koopa, as he should be known, and he kind of has a good read for like positioning, etc., etc. So most of the time, until you get him in a really overwhelming situation, he's gonna do really well, even severely under level.
Oh, skeletal archer got me. Can't see him spawn behind me.
I hate these guys so much.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god, something poisoned me and I almost died again instantly.
Playing a little more recklessly than I would normally, just to try to keep him alive.
Okay, the lag had him lunge at me.
I mean, they're like 30 levels higher, so
Yeah, but I mean, he lagged and teleported on top of me, and I was dead. Ah, the one that didn't was fucking he's gonna burn the revive.
I should not be in here like this so recklessly. That's a lot of stagger off those guys. Yikes. Slay the Gorgonic wildlife. What the hell is Gorgonic wildlife? I like how the objectives give you like no, just look for the marked enemy. That's what we mean. Okay. Copy that.
Ow.
Lord. I'm gonna protect him a little bit, but I'm also not gonna try to face tank everything for him as best I can. Like, I'm sorry you're 30 levels under, but I am not a barbarian, my friend. This guy is.
Ah, damn it.
Junk. Mostly junk.
Ah, okay. More lag. Teleport halfway across the room to get slashed.
Yeah, we gotta go down and to the right. There's a staff. I'll take that.
I'm not ready yet.
Come on.
That bear was faster than the Flash. I don't know, my game's just laggy tonight.
Yeah, it happens on this one for sure. Sometimes it seems like close to the weekend, a bunch of people start loading in. Let me see if this event's worth doing. What is this? Potent blood? It is not, so let's leave this one.
Ah. Teleporting bears.
This is a little sketchy for me. These boys are tanky with the extra. I think it was like enrages them or whatever, and they do more damage. Forget what the other modifier was. I could look. Don't recall. You're on your own down there, Coop. I like how I walked right up to that chest and didn't see it. Love to see it. Ow. Oh, we are in trouble, boys. Yeah, I think I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. If he uses all these revives before we get to this boss, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed, Coop. Please don't do it to me. This stuff is gonna fuck you up. Oh my gosh. That was a lot. I don't like those. It's like the bears have the stun where they slow you down. That's really, it's potent when they can hit so hard. One swoop and it's like, yep, you're gonna get beaten. Oh my gosh, that thing is so big. It has like some. Now let's see if we can get. Where do we have to go? Yeah, up and to the right slightly. Should be. That's what I was worried. Please don't self-res right now.
I stood no chance.
Oof. Oh boy. I like roll. That looked cool. Maybe it was just lag, but it made me look cool.
I'm not ready yet.
We get a torch. Get that up to 14. That's good. I think 15 is the max range on those glyphs. If I'm not mistaken, unless there's like specific ones. But that's the one I'm going to be using, so that's what we're worried about leveling. Daggers. I hate daggers so much. Two ranks: Firewall, Intelligence, Dodge, Chance, Blizzard. We're losing damage reduction though. That's pretty substantial. Boots could definitely be better. What do we got? Frost Nova. Movement speed, all stats. Slow duration. If it didn't have slow duration, I'd re-roll it. Flame shield. These are where I need something with like the good rolls. We just don't get it. Pyromancy skill. No. Nothing worth it. I died in that one. Maybe I didn't. Came close. Several times for sure. Several times we came close. Let's see these glyphs. Not glyphs, the sigils as they call them. So we got Abandoned Mineworks, Zenith, we got Wraithwind Wilds, that's worth keeping, but that's got the Lightning Storm. Fuck that. Black Asylum. That's no good. And Wraithwind Wilds with Poison Enchanted. That one's okay. So these 5 I can break down and salvage because I'm not rocking them. Just trying to craft some. What did we get? Onyx Hold. Pretty sure that thing is like one of the worst. Dark Ravine. That's pretty far down the list. Oh my gosh. Witchwater, I think that's... yeah, that's solid. I'll take that. Boron Canals.
Is there
one of
another
the
one?
best. If you want to, man, it's up to you.
No, I'm at level 59. I want more level. I can put on in session stuff and actually have some good gear on.
Yeah, let's do it. I got a couple. I'm literally working out the sigils right now, so I'm gonna grab us again one that shouldn't be uber difficult. That one kind of sucked because the modifiers on the wildlife, but I think I have.
I am literally full on sigils.
Yeah, the tier list thing I'll post in Discord or something so you guys have access to it, or I don't know, Mike and them use their own, so it doesn't matter, but it's nice because there's certain dungeons that, like, any dungeon is good XP. The problem is some dungeons are like really, really flippin' big, or the modifiers are like really horrific where it makes it like way too difficult, like too much time. So there's certain ones that are like better suited for just still getting good XP and a chance at good loot, but you don't have to sit there and spend 45 minutes to do one dungeon. So those are what I've been going through, because I was the same situation. I had like 50 flipping sigils, and it was like, oh, I can, run any dungeon, but it's like 3/4 of what I had are dungeons that are like, they take uber long amounts of time, and it's just not worth like trying to suffer through. So I've been like salvaging those at the occultist and then using the materials to just randomly craft new sigils. Excuse me. Shadowed plunge, is that worth keeping? Probably not. What the hell is shadowed plunge? Yeah, it's low B's. Let's get rid of that thing. Alright, so we're gonna salvage these 3 real quick. Help Coop out here, see if we can get him to 60. That would be a big accomplishment. Let me switch my chat so it's not push to talk. There we go. Alright. So let's do... We got a Golron Canal here. They're going to do some poison damage, but if you have any consumables you can make or use that reduce your poison damage, you should be pretty much doable. Actually, Jake, did you go into the dungeon yet?
But yeah, I'm standing outside it.
There's a Legion event up here. Let's do it first. It won't take long at all, and you might get a new horse or something.
Where you at?
It is north of Saragar, where we were. I can put a pin on it, but I know you won't be able to see the waypoint. You can even fast travel up to Braystag, and it's like right left of there. These go
Okay,
really
back to
quickly.
Saragar.
It starts in like under 4 minutes or so, so we won't have to wait long. It's worth doing to try to get you some little custom stuff. And you sometimes get loot out of the decent stuff out of the boss. There's usually so many people there, they mow them down pretty quickly. I'm riding with like 5 people right here. Ooh, lag. Holy. I am there if you even just want to fast travel to me.
I am trying to get there by horse, but they keep killing my horse.
Yeah, that's the bad thing about being in World Tier 4, a little under leveled. They're gonna fuck you up pretty good.
I've already used half my potions to heal myself.
Yeah.
And the lag. The lag is awful every time something comes in. It's like, I gotta freeze it for 3 seconds.
Begins in 1 minute 50 seconds. Piece of cake.
So if I'm dead when it completes, do I miss out on the award? Because I imagine I will be dead.
No. As long as you're here to participate. Did you walk up to the little campfire thing right to our left?
How many times can I stoke it?
I don't know. I don't even really know what it does other than kind of cues you into the start time, I think.
How many times does it go when it hits 0?
What's that?
How ready do I need to be to try and flee and put up shields as soon as this timer hits 0?
Oh, with this many people here, higher level, you're not really going to have as much to sweat as you think you will. They're going to kill everything probably arguably faster than we even get to it. You might see some mobs and stuff, and then when we get to the boss stage, but again, that's going to be, you know, makes us run around a little bit at the start of the event to kill like preliminary mobs. And there's a druid here who's just nuking everything, so there's that.
That's fine by me.
Told you wouldn't have much to worry about.
There's actually so much going on, I can't leave the starting area. I keep getting teleported back.
I'll be happy when they nerf druid. That's so stupid that it's that strong. It's just ridiculous. You can't even compete with kills. It just runs in and pretty much one-shots everything. And that guy's not even, I'm higher ranked than him by almost like 20 levels, and he's just still just nuking. I'm still on the fence about what to play for Season 1, because I know what'll happen is I'll be like, oh, I'll play Druid, and then they'll nerf Druid, and Druid will suck.
Ow. I died. What will just revive? There are 2 Jews here who look like they're doing the exact same thing.
Probably.
Coming with you. There's a lot of fucking shamans.
Mm-hmm.
I need time to
Ah, my dash wasn't ready. One more.
I need time.
Yeah.
There he is. Mr. America.
That's a lot of shit.
Well done.
Thanks.
A lot of stuff, but nothing crazy. Junk. Thanks, Firewall. It's, ugh, it rolls. Just no bueno, man. It's too random. Lightning, ice, fire. Combine it all. Like, no, I just want to combine one. That's all. Now we can go to our dungeon. I don't know if that gives you much XP or not, Jake.
Yeah, about 1/3 of the way.
That's good. I think they did buff XP on that. I don't recall, honestly, to be perfectly honest. Nightmare dungeons will get you a nice big chunk still, so. And this one shouldn't be, it should be even a little shorter than the last one. It's this canal one where it's like pretty small tunnel. Just a few places to go. It's a real hard decision for me between those unique pants I found the other day and not, because they really up my survivability a lot, but my damage does take a hit. I don't know what the better trade-off is. Ow, get away from me.
Ah, didn't freeze him in time.
Yeah, these guys suck. They jack you up. Doesn't really matter too. It's like at any level, they're fully capable of just steamrolling you. Okay, we're good there. We gotta go kind of north here. I had 2 HP. Holy hell. That was not much.
Did that just land them right, lightning striking? Will that kill me?
No, that's us, I believe. Like our little positive
Oh
buff.
god.
That will. Those towers will
That
jack
was
you
close.
up.
That thing from the spawn next to me. Oh god.
Yes, those things will jack you up. Those things will jack you up. We can go down here and to the left.
Many bad bugs. Many bad bugs.
Yeah, you went
Many
that
bad
way.
bugs. Fuck you, big guy. Oh, that's a spider. I'm gonna just stand out here. Bunch of stuff jumped in behind me.
Yep. These things stink.
insect-like things.
Oh, Golron Slums Sigil, that's the one that sucks that Mike always runs. I hate that dungeon, it's so long. It is nowhere near worth doing. There's a bunch of fat men here. Be extremely careful you don't get run
Yeah, a
over.
bunch of them spawned around me. I didn't realize.
Alright, I got these ones.
That's okay. There's still one lumbering towards me.
Still got more stragglers here, I think, that peeled back from you. Where the hell did you go?
I'm running for my life from one fat guy.
Dude, I can't get to you. There's so much shit up here now that by the time I catch up to you, you're gonna be all the way back at the spawn dead. You might as well turn around and run toward me.
I had to get to a big enough room I could kite around them.
Wandering Soul, is this worth doing? It is, it is, it is.
I'll have room up that way.
Where the hell did he go?
Oh, he's slow.
He
He'll probably catch us when we least expect it.
He was just here and then he just disappeared. Down here, we'll try this event.
Five seconds later, my teleport kicked in. Ah. I stayed in there longer than I thought I would.
Yeah, it's pretty good in this mess.
I just want to revive so I get the XP. How's it going now?
They're all dead. We gotta go straight up here, see what's around.
I got stunned and I couldn't run away.
Yup. Stuns
One day I will
are-
be a high enough level that this will be fun.
You're
Oh
getting
god,
there.
spider.
When you hit 60, you'll be able to equip the ancestral stuff, which is a huge boost to the damage you can do and just probably overall survivability and skills.
Bring a spider back to you.
And then, like, you just start doing, like, some tier 3 nightmare dungeons, even, like, by yourself, and you'll get through those pretty well and learn some extra mechanics. And then by that point, you'll pretty much be at the level where you can start doing what we're doing right now, and you won't really be getting wiped up all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, the tower spews out like poison or whatever.
Look a little spicy in there.
That's because it is.
I hate the spiders, man. They said it seemed like they constantly multiply in the middle of the fight.
I don't hate them. I hate the poison damage when they have certain modifiers on, because no matter how tanky you are, it can take like 70, 80, sometimes like 90% of your health by basically doing nothing. And then you're frustrated because no matter how good your build is, you can get like mopped up by those things. I hate poison damage, it just sucks. That's just how it is. If they don't have crazy poison damage and they get some much easier modifier, they're actually probably one of the easier mobs to fight as a sorcerer, I think. But when they have the big poison damage, which I think these guys do, it's a lot tougher.
I'll eat that, man. Use whatever you were, husk of a thing.
Don't want no sacred pants.
I have this clue.
Is there any other room we didn't clear? Just one? No, we did. That's the end of the tunnel. Okay. So that one was considerably easier. Smaller, faster. That one mic runs all the time. I can't stand that. It's like the Gulron canals or whatever the other one is. Not the canals, I forget what it even is without looking at the list. I constantly forget. It's Gulron slums. I hate the slums. The slums are like two huge maps like put together. It's so bad. And they run that one all the time. It's so long. It's literally like a half-hour dungeon. I hate that dungeon. It's so inefficient for leveling. Not to mention, it's got like 3 enemy types in it, so it's like you get jacked up.
I am just shy of level 60, but I might have to call it a night.
I hear you. I'm probably gonna call her there too, I guess. No worries, sir. We will talk to you later.
We'll do, man. Maybe
Later.
later.
Hate Xbox party chat. So bad. So bad. It's just not a fun... Not a fun app. Didn't want to fast travel there. Let's look through this loot real quick before we dip out for the evening. Damage reduction, poise, pyro, conjuration, no. Dexterity, no. That's pretty low staff. Arms, lucky hit chance, heal. Firewall. It's kind of all lightning though, I hate that. Not that I know you can roll it off, but at 800 power, I'd have to roll that and still get some kind of big damage reduction because I've got 2 kinds. It's junk. Ring. Man, that's high level. Wow. might hold on to that just for the sake of the item level. Like, good lord, 817, that might be the highest one I've seen. I know people get higher than that, but for me, like, woo. Yeah, we're gonna hold on to that puppy and see. We might end up doing something with that later on. Definitely laggy in here with the crossplay. Like, yikes. Alright, guys. I appreciate everybody that hung out tonight. Even if nobody chatted here at the end, it's no big deal. I get that. I'm always the lurker in somebody's stream also. But I really do appreciate the views, anybody dropping by. Hopefully it was a little bit of entertainment for you while I fumble my way through Diablo. So, tomorrow, I'm hoping I'll be back on in the evening, around our normal time, 8 p.m. Planning on probably playing some Uboat, because that's always the popular game for me right now. So, thanks guys. Catch you later.